security, G20 presidency, and the changing geopolitical dynamics. You'll see that incorporated into this theme are very contemporary issues that we're grappling with as a country, as a society, on a day-to-day basis. And ours is to say that with the opportunity that we have with the people in the room, how do we get the answers that we need in order to ensure that we're able to better facilitate our lives and our businesses? To start us off this morning, we're going to have 2 key panel discussions, and we're also going to have 2 keynote addresses, in particular from Minister Ronald Lamola, who is the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, and later on it will be Mr. Pax Dawu, who is the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. Both those keynote addresses will be followed by panel discussions. You will have the opportunity to ask questions and engage with those panelists. Again, let's maximize, because we are going to be watching the time quite closely to ensure we don't run over come the end of the day. To officially kick us off and to start us on a good note, or at least that's what I'm hoping for, to set the tone for this conference. No pressure, by the way. Help me welcome on stage the President of the Black Business Council, Mr. Elias Monare, and he's going to really set the tone for us. And by the way, if you set the wrong tone, then it means we're going, I'm just kidding, come on stage. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes up.
Program Director, good morning. Good morning. I'm not sure whether that morning is a reflection of the government of national unity. Because if we were alive, I guess that good morning would be much better. Let's maybe try it again. Good morning. That's much better. Program Director Kathy Umhlahlana, the members of the National Council, my colleagues from the NOPS, VP Business Greg, VP Professionals Linda TG, Princess Sakani, CEO, HOP. Let me perhaps acknowledge the 2 ministers in their absence. I know that they are on their way coming. Both Minister Pax Dawu and Minister Lamola, they will be here shortly. And let me also acknowledge the sponsors of this event across different categories for them sponsoring and making this summit to be possible. Let me perhaps also then acknowledge the members of the Black Business Council affiliates from different organizations, both businesses, professionals, corporates, and other business leaders that are present here today. It is with immense pride and agency that I stand before you today at this pivotal gathering of minds, visionaries, and leaders. We are here not merely to discuss or deliberate, but to act, to demand, and to shape the course of South Africans' economic destiny. The theme of this summit, socio-economic transformation and inclusive growth in the context of Government of National Unity, the G20 presidency, and the changing geopolitical dynamics is not a slogan. It is a call to action. It reflects the monumental crossroads at which we find ourselves. For too long, the economic promises made to the marginalized, to black-owned businesses and professionals, to women entrepreneurs, and to the youth have remained words instead of policy. Access to funding is not a favor, it is an imperative. The economic liberation of black business is not negotiable. It is essential for thriving, just and competitive South Africa. We are here for one reason and one reason only, to drive decisive action towards economic inclusion, empowerment, and prosperity of black-owned businesses, women entrepreneurs, and young business leaders. As the world shifts under the weight of political and economic diplomacy, South Africa must step up, not as a passive observer, but as an active architect of the future. The Government of National Unity offers a unique opportunity. Can we harness its potential for real economic transformation, or will it remain another symbolic gesture? We must be honest. The battle for inclusive growth is not just fought in boardrooms, it is fought in courtrooms. Thus, we must ask, is South Africa governed through courts? If the legal system becomes the primary driver of economic policy, then we must rethink the power dynamics in our democracy. But this summit is not about obstacles. It is about solutions. It is about creating bold pathways to economic growth, reindustrialization, localization. It is about ensuring South Africa's G20 presidency is not simply ceremonial, but a launch pad for African business on the global stage. To the leaders in this room, the time for incremental change is over. The time for economic diplomacy is now. We must demand policies that make access to capital non-negotiable. We must foster skill development that prepares our people for the future of work. We must ensure that the Black Business Council is not just a voice but a force. Therefore, let this summit be remembered as the turning point where dialogue transforms into decisive action. South African economic future will not be dictated to us, we will define it. Therefore, it is a great agency that I stand before you today. This summit is not just another meeting. It is a declaration of intent. We are here to define the future of black business, to demand real change and to ensure socio-economic transformation is more than rhetoric, is a reality. Nevertheless, at the heart of this transformation is skill development. Without it, access to funding, reindustrialization, and economic diplomacy will be hollow promises. A nation that does not invest in its people, its youth, its entrepreneurs, its workforce, is a nation that is failing its future. Let me repeat again. I'm saying, nevertheless, at the heart of this transformation is skills development. Without it, access to funding, reindustrialization, and economic diplomacy will be hollow promise. A nation that does not invest in its people, its youth, its entrepreneurs, its workforce, is a nation that is failing its future. The world of work is evolving at an unprecedented pace. Technology, automation, and artificial intelligence are reshaping industries. The question: we are preparing our people to thrive. Are we setting them up or are we leaving them behind? Those are critical questions that we need then to find an expression at the summit. We must ensure that skills development is not just a reactive, it must be visionary. We need a workforce equipped for the industries of tomorrow, trained in areas that drive economic growth, and empowered to lead in innovation and entrepreneurship. South Africa must become a global hub for talent, not just resources. Furthermore, South Africa now holds the G20 presidency. We have a rare opportunity to influence global economic discussions. But what is good in this position is our own people are not equipped to participate meaningfully in the economy. Our call today is clear. Reindustrialization policies must reflect South Africa's long-standing industrial history while ensuring they actively drive black economic empowerment. transformation, the economic redress to create a more inclusive and competitive economy. 2, we must address the South African current economic architecture and market concentration. The dominance of conglomerates has created barriers that strive entrepreneurship, BEE, transformation and economic growth. Structural reforms must be implemented to level the playing field for historically disadvantaged businesses. 3, trade and reindustrialization policies must be redesigned to promote economic inclusion, promote systematic obstacles, and accelerate genuine transformation and broad-based economic empowerment. 4, we must prioritize skills development. An empowered economy depends on equipping historically marginalized groups with skills necessarily to participate meaningfully in the industrial growth and entrepreneurship. 5, we must align education and training with emerging industries. Educational programs must be explicitly geared towards equipping black businesses and entrepreneurs with skills needed to thrive in future industries, ensuring economic transformation is sustainable. 6, we must expand funding opportunities. Financial support must not only provide business capital, but also actively contribute transformation, BEE, and redress through structural skills development initiatives and accelerate financial instruments for black-owned enterprises. This approach ensures that economic policies do not merely acknowledge historical inequalities, but actively work toward dismantling the systematic barriers, paving the way for real transformation and empowerment. Therefore, let me emphasize my plea, namely that this summit must not be remembered as the moment we refuse to let talent go untapped, as the moment we made skills development a cornerstone of our economic agenda, and as the moment we commit to building a South Africa that does not just participate in global economy but leads it. Let me systematically unpack what I'm saying by firstly beginning with the socio-economic transformation and empowerment. For years we have spoken about transformation, but words alone will not change the economic reality and the current patterns of ownership and control of the means of production. That reality of black businesses and owners that are left behind. What we need is an intentional policy, financial access, and unwavering commitment from government, financial institutions, and corporate South Africa. South Africa has a long history of industrialization, yet in recent decades, the nation has witnessed stagnation in industrial growth. Today, reindustrialization is not just a concept, it's a necessity. If we are to reclaim our position as a robust and competitive economy, we must rethink how our industries are structured and how economic policies, especially trade and reindustrialization policies, foster local production, employment, inclusive economic growth. However, it is imperative to acknowledge that our current economic architecture does not adequately support entrepreneurs, black businesses, across the board, and therefore transformation then becomes a major problem. The overwhelming dominance of conglomerates in South Africa, along with skewed market concentration, has created systematic barrier that hinders emerging businesses from thriving. The economy cannot transform unless these structural imbalances are corrected. Therefore, as we tackle one of the most pressing economic challenges facing South Africa, namely the issue of market dominance, concentration, and its impact on transformation, let me make it clear. This is not an exercise in naming and shaming. It is, however, a necessary discussion on the structural barriers that hinder emerging business from thriving and preventing the full realization of transformation, black economic empowerment, and economic redress. Across various industries, a few powerful conglomerates control the economic landscape, making market access and competition increasingly difficult for smaller business, particularly black-owned enterprise. While these corporates have played a pivotal role in South African economy, the reality is that their overwhelming dominance has created barriers to entrepreneurship, innovation, and inclusive economic participation. Consider the retail sector, where market concentration among major players limits smaller black-owned retailers from securing prime location, supplier contracts, and competitive pricing advantages. Similarly, the mining industry remains in the hands of established giants, making it nearly impossible for new entrants to access critical infrastructure and export network. The financial service sector presents additional challenges as stringent leading criteria for dominant banking institutions often leave black entrepreneurs and black businesses without access to affordable funding. In telecoms or communication, major corporations control the network infrastructure, creating a high-cost barrier for emerging service providers. Infrastructure dominance is further seen in the construction industry, where large firms monopolize government projects, leaving black-owned construction business struggling to secure contracts. In food and beverage establishment industry, players dictate retail shelf space and distribution network, sidelining small black-owned enterprises seeking to compete. As we cannot forget the automotive industry, where procurement policies favor multinational manufacturers, limiting opportunities for local-owned suppliers to integrate into the value chain. South Africa automotive industries has seen significant government-led transformation efforts through local supply development program. However, black-owned businesses, for example, still struggle to break into contracts due to stringent financial requirements. It further funding structure were more accessible, more black suppliers could compete in the industry, creating sustainable economic inclusion. Like in the pharmaceutical, high production costs and regulatory hurdles prevent smaller business from gaining a foothold in an industry largely controlled by entrenched corporations. These industries are essential pillars of our economy, yet the excessive market concentration slows economic transformation, restricts BEE progress, and exacerbates inequality. This is not just about corporate power, it's about structural economic injustice. Therefore, we must reshape industrial and trade policies to foster inclusivity, dismantle economic gatekeeping, and level the playing field. Government interventions, regulatory reforms, and corporate accountability are necessary to unlock the potential and black-owned enterprises and power the next generation of entrepreneurs. We are not here to attack corporates, but rather to urge systematic change, one that allows fair competition, open doors for emerging business, and drive sustainable transformation. State policies, particularly those related to trade and reindustrialization, must reshape and foster meaningful transformation. The success of our economic agenda depends on policies that level the playing field and create opportunities for black-owned businesses, young entrepreneurs, and women-led enterprises. We can learn from several developing nations that have successfully structured their trade and industrial policies to support economic growth. Take Malaysia for an example. Through targeted trade reforms and investment incentives, Malaysia significantly boosted its local industries and created a diversified economic base. Vietnam focused on trade liberalization and industrialization that has led Vietnam to become one of the fast-growing economies in Southeast Asia. South Africa must take lessons from this nation and craft policies that enable economic redress, transformation, and entrepreneurs. Let the summit be the catalyst for economic redress. Let inspire bold reforms and create South African economy that is not dominant by the few, but shaped by the many. Secondly, access to funding is another fundamental issue for black-owned companies, women-owned, youth-owned businesses. The lack of financial inclusion is just a barrier, is a systematic injustice that continues to keep many capable entrepreneurs locked out of opportunities. We must ensure that funding structures are fair, accessible, and designed to uplift historically marginalized businesses. Black businesses cannot be expected to drive while fighting an unfair financial system. The responsibility to transform access to capital lies with government, banks, and industry leaders present here today. We must also address the importance of supply development and procurement policies. It is not just enough to speak about transformation. Large corporates must prioritize black-owned businesses in the supply chain. True empowerment happens when black businesses are given real opportunity to compete, grow, and expand beyond survival mode. Thirdly, we must take note of the importance of skill development and the future of work. If funding is the fuel of economic empowerment, skills development is the foundation. A thriving business sector requires a highly skilled workforce equipped with the expertise to compete in a modern economy. Technology, automation, and artificial intelligence are reshaping industries. And the question we must ask, are we preparing our people for the future? Are we leaving them behind? I'm saying that is a critical point that we need to reflect and make a clear call to action. Our education system and training programs must align with emerging industries. Skill development should not be reactive, it must be forward-thinking. Investment in digital literacy, technology innovation, and vocational training will ensure that black businesses are not just participants but leaders in the fourth industrial revolution. South Africa must become a global hub for talent, not just raw material. If our people lack necessary skills, no amount of funding will sustain their businesses in long term. This summit must make it clear skills development is not an option, it's the cornerstone of sustainable economic transformation. And what about government of national unity? The formation of this government of national unity presents a rare opportunity to reshape the economic policies. However, will it be an instrument for a true transformation, or it will be a mere serve to another political arrangement without tangible outcomes? We have seen in the current path in the last few days or so, we are seeing a plethora of number of things that we question ourselves whether are we on the right path or not. I mean, the awarding of 9.5 billion rand to a person who was part of the system of taking this country down to the gutters while he was at the helm of Eskom, and is now being given a battery storage at the value of 9.5 billion rand is a major problem. And if this summit today is not going to make any declaration around what we call unfair competition, fair advantage in terms of the information, because that specific individual, whether it's the chair of Umlilo, he had more information more than any other person. I mean, if it was a listed entity, they will basically argue this is an inside trading. I mean, he had all the information. And even if the Minister of Electricity can try to argue and justify, this thing is unjustifiable. And I'm saying we need them to be firm in taking a bold stand. And I said to the colleagues, if it means as a Black Business Council and other progressive formation, we need them to take this government to court, we need them to do it. We as the business leaders must ensure that this government of national unity does not lose sight of economic inclusion. The government must create policies that prioritize black economic empowerment and ensure that transformation is not just a sacrifice for a political convenience. The GNU must open more doors for small businesses and ensure that state funding mechanisms truly serve the underrepresented majority. It is a moment of political transition, but it's also not a moment of economic reinvention. In the past, coalition governments in South Africa and elsewhere have struggled with policy coherence. Government of national must avoid political deadlock and focus on economic priorities, ensuring that transformation policies continues without disruption. If the government of national unity adopts a single economic vision, black businesses will benefit from stable policies and long-term growth opportunities. South Africa cannot rely solely on foreign investments for economic growth. We must focus on localizing industries, fostering homegrown innovation and building domestic economic resilience. As mentioned earlier, reindustrialization is a key to sustainable economic growth, yet many black-owned businesses struggle to break into manufacturing, infrastructure development, and major industries. Colleagues, as we navigate the complexity of South African economic landscape, we must confront a critical reality. We cannot rely solely on foreign investment for our own economic growth and prosperity. If we are to build a resilient, inclusive and competitive economy, our focus must shift towards localization, homegrown innovation, and a renewed commitment to reindustrialization. The foundation of true economic transformation lies in our ability to build and strengthen our domestic industries. Without this, South Africa remains vulnerable to global market fluctuations, import dependency, and economic instability. We must seize the opportunity to localize production, empower black-owned businesses, and create sustainable pathways for industrial expansion. The need for reindustrialization is not just a policy objective, it is a national imperative. Historically, South Africa has been a strong industrial player at a huge expense and sacrifice of the vast majority of our people. Yet the current decline of manufacturing, insufficient infrastructure investments, and uneven economic policy have stalled progress. While many black-owned businesses have the potential to drive industrial growth, they continue to face systematic barrier to entry in sectors such as manufacturing, infrastructure development, advanced industries. As we restore South African industrial strength, we must strengthen our existing industrial hub and develop the new ones that enable production, innovation, and entrepreneurs. Ease access to production facilities allow emerging business to scale production, provide mentorship and financial support for industrialists to ensure sustainability. Local economic growth cannot remain dependent on imports, goods, and foreign corporate ownership. We must invest in local production, African-led businesses, expansion, and technology development that is driven by South African entrepreneurs. Let me then deal with the key critical areas that we need then to look at as part of setting the tone, program director. As we advocate for a renewed industrial agenda, we must also learn from the past. South Africa's industrialization journey has been met by critical setbacks, for each offering value lessons. The current deindustrialization of the manufacturing sector. South African manufacturing industry was once a key driver of economic growth, but today it has suffered from rising production costs, outdated infrastructure, and increased global competition. The lack of affordable electricity, particularly Eskom, to challenges, has forced many factories to shut down. The lesson learned is that without reliable infrastructure and energy security, industry growth cannot be sustained. Many state-owned entities were originally established to drive industrialization, yet governments' failures, inefficiencies, and mismanagement have led to financial losses and missed economic opportunity. The lesson then is that effective governance, strategic management, and accountability are critical for industrial policy to succeed. The time has come to fundamentally shift the current structure of the economy. We must move away from a model that privileges conglomerates and entrench corporate power, and instead of building an economy that fosters entrepreneurship and inclusivity. We must redesign trade and industrial policy for transformation, namely trade agreements and trade programs must actively support black-owned businesses rather than allowing monopolies to dictate market dynamics. Local procurement mandates must strengthen ensuring the supply chains include emerging business rather than perpetuating corporate exclusivity. We need an economy for all, not just for few. Let me be clear. It is not about dismantling corporate success, but about ensuring economic justice, fairness, and inclusivity. South Africa cannot afford to be an economy built by few while excluding the many. We must reshape our policies, rethink our strategies, and redefine economic participation to ensure that transformation is not just a promise, but the reality. Our nation stands at a decisive turning point. The question before us today at this summit: we will continue the economic structure that benefits and entrench corporate giants, or will we choose to create an economy that fosters innovation, support black businesses, and drive economic transformation and black ownership? I say it is time for bold action. I say it is time for true economic inclusion. It is time to rewrite the economic future for this country. Our call to action, Program Director, for this summit is then to look at a number of things in terms of participation in various forums as black professionals and black businesses. Let me then conclude by saying the time for action is now. We must ensure funding that truly serve black entrepreneurs. We must make skills development the backbone of our economic empowerment. We must ensure that government of national unity drives real measurable progress on empowerment. We must drive reindustrialization and local strength. We must protect economic policy from excessive judicial interference. We must use South African geopolitical position to create business opportunities globally. Let this summit be remembered, not for its discussion, but for its decisive action. South African economy future will not be dictated to us, we'll define it. I thank you. Enjoy the next 2 days.
Thank you so much for that opening address, and Dade Elias. I've been preaching the message of time from early this morning when I met with our panelists, and I came in here and I preached the same message with our delegates. I should have known it was going to be the president who would throw me under the bus. I did it with everybody else but him. So now I don't know who I have to blame. Thank you for those opening remarks and really for the honesty with which you have set the context for the conversations that we're going to have and the sessions, the summits that we'll have over the next 2 days. Let me invite onto stage Ms. Zamani Lijani, who's going to give us a welcome as our host, Group Chairman, Agani Retirement Fund Administrators. Let's give her a round of applause, or him rather. Sorry, sir. Round of applause as he comes up.
Good morning. Maybe I need to repeat myself because I learned the president has to greet too many times. So I don't know whether it's because of wind. I have my jersey in. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's much better. It's much, much better. Let me first welcome the President himself, Mr. Elias Monache, and the VPs. I see in front of me one of them, Mr. Mufukeng, as well as the other leaders within the Black Business Council. I would also like to recognize the CEO of Black Business Council, Mr. Khanki Matawan, and your team. I think it's also important for one to also welcome all the ministers that will be coming. I understand they're on their way. Minister Ronald Lamula as well as Minister Pakstow. Our distinguished representative from all national government of unity, esteemed captains of industries, and all distinguished representatives that are here. Allow me maybe to observe and follow the table of protocol. We learn from politicians, so that I don't, annoy anyone that is here today. The Radisson or Tambo Hotel and the, International Convention Center, that's where you are. It's the only one, I think, in the country where you can sit comfortably. Without getting cold, or even the sound, I'm sure you can hear that. I'm very good in promoting this facility. If you look above you, those cones that you're watching there, those are sound acoustics. They're not just decos. Even around those walls, those brownish and grayish, I hope my color is right. Those are sound acoustics. That's why when we talk here, there's no sound that goes this way and that way. So this is your home. You must always feel at work when you are here. I don't want to say feel at home. Because when you are tired, there is a hotel just behind the conference. We made sure that you don't walk about aimlessly, not knowing where to go. So anytime you are welcome. I would like also to make you aware that on the left side of the building, that's when we're coming in there. If you are really stressed and tired, please don't go home and sleep. There is a wellness spa there. Okay. Ladies, I saw some other, fingers were not well tuned. It is not a good way. This facility was named after Reginald Tambo. If you have looked at his pictures, you'll see that he was a gentleman. So therefore, we must take those lessons. As I said, particularly for ladies, please don't go home with those fingers. Pass by our spa there. They'll take care of you. There is a facility there which you don't even have to do anything. You just go in there and sit. It has a Malaysian salt. It's a salt therapy. You just sit there and relax. I can tell you, once you come out there, it will be as if you are asleep for 8 hours. And lastly, about the facility, at the top of the Radisson Hotel, we have a level 7 restaurant. It's a fine dining restaurant in the East End or in Ekurhuleni. There's nothing like that. Do yourself a favor, don't go home, even when you don't sit and eat, just to pass by and walk about. You'll be known that you were there. Okay. So it's very key and important. I don't want to take a lot of time, Program Director. I know you are worried about time, and I'm also mindful. But I think despite describing these facilities here, it is also important for one to cough out about his observations, because I'm part of business, and I must promote myself and say, within the Black Business Council, I'm a full member in good standing. So I've paid my membership. And I've interacted with some of our fellow businesswomen and businessmen. But the danger that I see is the lack of working together. I see the economy running away from us because we are working in silos. Everyone wants to be a CEO in his smaller company. We are unable to work jointly together and create a uniform or a force to be reckoned. And that's too dangerous. It's high time that we stop talking about unemployment and do something about it. You know, you'll be told that, yeah, South Africa has 40% unemployment rate. We speak of companies that are there. And we keep on repeating ourselves. I think this summit, Mr. President, with all the breakaways that have been arranged and all that, one way or another, we need to ask ourselves as to what is it that each one of us is doing to create the future. We need that visionary thinking so that it's not only the few that are seen to be coming up and getting attacked by media or by individuals that have been bought, to write, do some write-up, send up. We know these things that one person can sit in the corner and send as many accusations as he can. And using different names or different medias. It's not helping. Don't listen to those. Don't read those things. What is important is for all of us to say, where's my capacity? What is it that I'm capable of doing? Let's identify one another. We are in a majority in this country, for God's sake. Why are we not taking over the economy? It's 30 years. It's really 30 odd years that we're all working, but our companies are not growing. I understand the other frustrations that the law may not be on our side. But I think we've got the brains, we've got the eyes, ears, we can use that to our benefit. Once we work together, like we did before 1990, some of you who participated there, and I don't want you to look at me now, you want to gauge my age. I'll be very much disappointed if that's how you are thinking now. Because what I'm about to say is that if you are able to dismantle the apartheid regime, with those yellow Caspars, you name them, sometimes we're even throwing stones, trying to make them to fear to come to our areas, particularly the townships. In those days, you're not even allowed to go and look for employment. You're channeled to a post office or to labor department. Once you are found on the road, you're getting arrested. Nowadays, those things are gone. You are not even allowed to gather and talk. Now, I don't see us failing in our majority to hold hands and make sure that we support one another in whatever way we can do. Whether throwing ideas, whether putting money together. Don't try to eat alone, man. That's the problem with us. The minute you realize that there is an opportunity, this company is coming up with something, then you want to break away. So it's high time that we need to work together. Let's hold hand. And I'm repeating this. Let's hold hand because we come in, we participate, we create a talk show. Program director, that's what normally happens. We create a talk show, we go out, we disappear in our own offices or wherever we operate from. And the following year we'll also come back and discuss, but there's no growth. You know what I did recently? If you allow me, Mr. President, I'll tell our colleagues. I attended BRICS, I think twice, in Moscow as well as San Francisco. In my presence there, I tested a vodka. It's serious, eh? I tested a vodka. Hardly 3 months. I have an export license for vodka from South Africa. I think by July, if things go well, plus it's good when you drink vodka while it's hot. Some of us have tested that and I can tell you it's true. The Russian vodka will be in South Africa. So I'm going to import that. Now the other part that I'm working on, which I only hope some of you will come and talk to me, is that there is no manufacturing of solar panels in this country. We all import somewhere else. You import. Some of you are doing exactly what I'm saying. I also did to one of the properties that I'm managing. I have now negotiated, have signed up with one of the Chinese manufacturers. So I need investors. You are one of them to come and talk to me. So we can start a plant to manufacture solar panels. Energy is the future in this country. You can't run away from. So I'm opening it up. And that, of course, program director will be a call for partnership. And I would like to thank every one of you. I see program director before she raised her hand. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And I would like to request all participants to make sure that as and when we end up tomorrow, make sure you have signed up a relationship to build your company. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Zamani. I think part of that address was a masterclass in cross-selling and upselling, right? Those who are in retail, if you know, you know. Up next, to continue with our program, I'm going to invite onto stage to give us our first keynote address for the morning, Minister Ronald Lamola, the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. Please let's give him a round of applause as he comes onto the stage.
Thank you very much, Kathy. The President of the Black Business Council, Mr. Elias Monache, and the entire leadership of the BBC. It is an honor and a privilege for me to address the BBC Annual Summit under the theme Socio-Economic Transformation and Inclusive Growth in the context of the GNU, the South Africa's G20 presidency, and the changing geopolitical dynamics. Myself and Minister Tau have just landed from Paris, where we attended the OECD Ministerial Council. Yes, I can hear you saying heaven. We landed at 9 a.m. this morning. So I was telling Hava outside that he doesn't have to stand far away from me. I did take a shower in the protocol lounge. But I was also telling him that, if you South Africans were allowing us ministers when we travel internationally to use the first class, I will have arrived on time. Because I will have taken a shower in the flight. But at least the protocol lounge does have showers for cabinet ministers and for ambassadors that we help. And it's precisely for this purpose. I'm raising this because it may be criticized one day that, hey, we even have showers in the protocol lounge. What are these government ministers doing there in those showers in the protocol lounge? So they've made our life convenient to be able to arrive, at least at this time. I didn't have to use Mr. Zabani's shower here. I heard him offering ladies a lot of goodies. But I also want to congratulate the Black Business Council for this gathering. Just by meeting as the Black Business Council, it is an achievement. I'm saying this is an achievement because meeting, sharing ideas, exchange of notes is the first step of development. Across the globe, countries, organizations and individuals, they thrive by standing in solidarity and working together. And it was the context under apartheid, as Mr. Zaman was explaining, that you were able to defeat apartheid because of that togetherness. Black communities built schools on their own, built roads, and many other initiatives across the country, which means that black people standing together can build a nation. And this gathering is a testament to that. So you should first give yourself a round of applause. Just by meeting annually, it's a great achievement. The theme of your summit comes at an appropriate time, given the transformation debate at home and the shifting geopolitical dynamics. I congratulate you for convening this annual gathering. Being organized, as I've said, is the first step. I am also here to challenge you to broaden transformation beyond the national sphere and take it to our continent and the globe. We can do with your voices continentally and globally. In spite of the negative narratives, there are good things happening in Africa. In its Economic Outlook interim report released in March 2025, titled Steering Through Uncertainty, the OECD highlighted that the global GDP growth is projected to moderate from 3.2% in 2024 to 3.1% in 2025, and 3.0% in 2026, with the higher trade barriers in several G20 economies and increased geopolitical and policy uncertainties weighing on investment and household spending. The report further cautions that significant risks remains. Further fragmentation of the global economy is a key concern. Higher and broader increases in trade barriers will hit growth around the world and add to inflation. With this background in mind, our presidency of the G20 takes place amid a volatile global geopolitical climate, which has contributed to fostering a climate of distrust, thus threatening to unravel progress we have worked hard to address, pressing global challenges like deepening inequality, unemployment, and poverty, amongst others. Addressing these overlapping challenges requires enhanced international cooperation, in particular, mobilizing support and resources to tackle the internal disparities driven by the uneven distributional effects of trade and globalization that is critical. These platforms of the OECD, the African Union, and the United Nations therefore becomes important, including this platform of yours, because it will definitely create a voice that is important for the transformation in the African continent and the globe. The African Development Bank flagship 2025 African Economic Outlook report projects economic growth to increase to 3.9% in 2025 and 4% in 2026, despite mounting geopolitical uncertainties and trade tensions. It is for these reasons that I say there are good things that are happening in Africa, despite perceptions that we're just a continent of conflicts. Despite global headwinds and significant challenges, the report reflects positive projections and continued resilience, notable that 21 African countries will achieve growth exceeding 5% in 2025, with 4 of these countries potentially reaching the critical 7% threshold required for poverty reduction and inclusive growth. Africa's projected growth rates will surpass the global average. Maybe I must repeat this. Africa's projected growth rates will surpass the global average and outpace most other regions except the emerging and developing Asia. Africa's continued resilience is built on effective domestic reforms and improved microeconomic management. It is against this background that our diversification strategy as the South African government is anchored on the continent. We want to see the involvement of many South African businesses in the continent. And when we say South African businesses, we mean both black and white businesses, small and big. I have always raised this issue. When we have trade missions across the continent, that when we say business, we don't only mean big business in the continent or anywhere in the world that must be given opportunities. We also mean small businesses. We also mean businesses run by black South Africans. Importantly, the report highlights the significant domestic resource potential, which properly harnessed could earn additional at least 1.43 trillion in domestic resources, including from natural capital, human capital. Africa has the most youthful population in the world. 60% of our population is youthful. It must be harnessed and be properly channeled towards helping with economic growth and the new economies that are emerging in the world. Financial capital and business capital have got a role to play. With our strong financial industry in the country, we also have a very good position to enable investment and playing a key role in the African continent by South African business. But not only in the African continent, but across the globe. We have got businesses playing a role in the USA, in the European Union, in Asia, and many parts of the world. Black businesses must also be part of these initiatives. And we as government have a role to play to ensure and facilitate that you play this role. In this regard, urgent action is also needed to address massive capital outflows from illicit financial flows, profit shifting by multinational corporates, and corruption. Other downward risks to outlook include restricted trade, persistent inflation, reduced conflicts in the continent, persistent and perennial debt burden. Again, according to the AFDB, principal repayments alone on external debt in Africa could exceed 61 billion in 2025, representing around 69% of total debt services. A 2024 AFDB report estimates that African countries are currently paying 500% more in interest when borrowing on international capital markets compared with the rates that could be achieved by borrowing from multilateral corporations and finance institutions such as the World Bank or the African Development Bank. With a disproportionate share of commercial debt, much of it is held in US dollar with the attendant high debt service cost. Africa's debt burden remains a major policy concern. Promoting inclusive trade and investment can help bridge domestic and global divides, supporting the resilience of developing countries in particular. It is vital that the G20 under South Africa's leadership prioritize inclusive and sustainable development, structural economic diversification, green industrialization, and the creation of robust, inclusive supply chains as key themes for its agenda. We do need yourself as black businesses to also play a role to reinforce government messaging here at home, continentally, and abroad. In the context of our country, inclusive growth has a broader meaning. And this I'm not only saying here because I'm at the BBC meeting. We say it at FOCAC, we say it in the United States, we say it in all platforms, including with the European Union, that inclusive growth in South Africa, it must mean the inclusion of black entrepreneurs in the mainstream of our economy and into the South African business playing a role in the world. This is a constitutional imperative. Further to the above, small businesses have a key role to play in exchange program and collaborations across the globe. I know that, let me off-ramp a bit. I know that black business is not making enough money, but some do make a little. That can make a difference. But the question that yourself as members of the Black Business Council, you should be asking yourself is what role are you playing in building social responsible enterprises in our country, building our communities, supporting sports, arts and culture activities in the townships and in the rural areas of our country. And this obviously is not only a burden for only black business. It is obviously also for big business, which is dominantly white. But you stay in these communities. So, where are the black solidarity movement to stand up and defend the rights of South Africans? Where are the black organizations when government is taken to court to challenge some of the transformatory laws. The revolution will not defend itself. As the advanced detachment of society, you should act as the vanguard of the Constitution when it is under attack, particularly the transformation laws or anything that threatens our social cohesion, such as the apartheid flag that's sometimes being raised in our country. I must congratulate the Nelson Mandela Foundation that stood alone in our courts against the raising of the apartheid flag. But the question is, where are the conscious black professional entrepreneurs to defend our national cohesion? I do think that as you meet here, and I've seen from your program, that you are not only going to deal with the filling of your pockets as the BBC and as its members, but you are also dealing with nation building. And I have seen that such engagements are going to happen. But we must challenge ourselves that with the little that we have got a bigger responsibility as the conscious detachment of the black society, to be its vanguard, but also to be the vanguard of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Going back to the G20, distinguished participants, first, we are taking action to strengthen disaster resilience and response. Climate-induced natural disasters are affecting countries around the world, with the devastating impacts on those countries that cannot afford the cost of recovery and rebuilding. According to the Africa Risk Capacity 2024 White Paper on the State of Natural Disasters in Africa, the economic loss from natural disasters generally includes damage to agriculture, property infrastructure, and job losses due to business disruption, as well as government expenditure response mechanism and the loss of lives. And I know that some of you as black business also get affected. And we do have challenges of how do we capitalize the financing of infrastructure post-recovery on disaster. In the global north, it's easy. Within a month, they've mobilized resources. But with us, it is against this background that the South African government is advocating in the G20 that the global north needs to put resources to help the African continent in particular to be able to respond financially to challenges of disaster recovery, because we are disproportionately affected, whereas we contributed less to the climate change. We are still at the back's foot. We only receive 3%, less than 3% of the global climate change response funding, and whereas we are the most affected. So there is a space, huge space for black business, conscious black business to play a role in responding to these issues related even to climate change and disaster recovery. South Africa is also reviewing the cost of capital during our presidency of the G20. The overarching goal of this initiative is to investigate the issues that impair the ability of low and middle-income countries to access sufficient, affordable, and predictable flows of capital to finance their environmental responsible and social inclusive developments. The policy space available to developing countries is significantly constrained by their debt servicing obligations and their climate and the developing finance. So I hope that some of your members, professionals skilled in the field of finance, will also play a role on this issue of the debt servicing that is holding the continent not to move forward at a pace that we would like, including our own government in terms of debt servicing. Third, we are also mobilizing predictable and increased finance for just energy transition. A just energy transition that will be just, taking along our societies and communities in terms of skills, having learned from some of the projects on just energy transition in the country. There is a need to take along the communities so that we don't leave behind ghost towns. It is already beginning to show an ugly head in some of our towns like Middleburg in Mpumalanga and Emalahleni. So black business has got a big role to play. It's a responsibility that you carry than any other South African. I always ask myself, when I see some organizations that were architects of apartheid going to the courts to say they are defending the Constitution, I say, but how can the architect and the beneficiaries of apartheid be the ones that they are saying they are defending our constitution? It is against this background that I do believe that black businesses, the black intelligentsia, our responsibilities higher than that in the constitution. In terms of defending the social fabric, the national cohesion, but also in terms of taking our country forward. Partner with government and work with us. We know that sometimes you are too critical to us, but we see and view it as constructive criticism. That's why despite your criticism, sometimes very heavy, we still come to your meetings. And that's why I'm here. Fourthly, we are harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. The African continent has 30% of the world's mineral reserves, including platinum, gold, diamond, and coal. It has up to 90% of the world's chromium and platinum. The largest reserves of cobalt, diamonds, platinum, uranium, all of them, they are in Africa. But we are suffering from a resource curse. The African Union has now a strategy, the African Green Mineral Strategy, under Agenda 2063, which is aimed to harness these critical minerals so that Africa does not lose from this energy and critical minerals boom. So that there is beneficiation at source, there is a role that is played by the local communities in economic of such and the beneficiation of such minerals. The Department of Minerals and Energy of Mining here in South Africa has just released the critical mineral strategy. Again, I believe the BBC has a role to play in terms of what role must small, big scale businesses in our country play in the beneficiation of critical minerals, in the AI, in the electronic vehicles markets, and all the new emerging economies that are coming. I know you are standing there saying, but these guys, they don't raise these things wherever they go. Go and look at the FOCAC declaration from China in 2024. Critical minerals beneficiation at source is in the resolution, is in the declaration. Our recent engagement with the European Union, critical minerals beneficiation at source is in the declaration. Our engagement with the US, the most publicized, critical minerals beneficiation, it's also part of the engagements and the declaration of the discussions that we had in the US and everywhere we go across the globe. And I mention this to you as BBC because if you go to any country in the world, European Union member states, the European Union itself, China, Russia, Canada, UK, the US, or any country, they've got a critical mineral strategy. All of them. And 70 to 60% of that strategy's aim is extraction of critical minerals from the African continent. So there is a need for the African continent to speak in one voice on critical minerals. How are we going to beneficiate at source? How are we going to deal with issues of manufacturing in the continent? And that's why the context of the Africa Free Trade Area becomes key. So that we don't only become a continent of extraction of raw minerals to the world, but we become a source of economic beneficiation. It becomes the hub here in the continent. This can only happen when you yourself as Black Business Council do play a role, come in, make inputs even in the critical mineral strategy of DMRE, government, play your role and be proactive. Because at the end of the day, we as government can only put policy. But when it comes to implementation, it's business to business. You should be the implementers at the cutting edge of implementation. And this is where I conclude that one of the biggest challenges we have in the post-democratic South Africa is implementation. And you are at that level where you must be able to help us to move policy to implementation. And this will build South Africa to a country of diversity, of opportunities, and of ensuring that the economy is inclusive. It includes everyone, and the meaning in the Constitution that South Africa belongs to all who live in it becomes real. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that address, Minister Lamola. I'm sure many were hoping you were going to say a bit more about your recent trip to the US. But we'll save that for the tea break. Let me invite onto stage to get into our first panel discussion for the morning, esteemed panelists and really men and women who are no strangers to South Africa, are no strangers to the discourse in our country. In no particular order, I'm going to invite Ms. Nolita Fakude, the chairman of Anglo Americans Management Board in South Africa. You can give them a round of applause all together at the end. At the end. Just so for now, hang 10 for me. Let me invite Mr. Mteto Nyati, chairman, BSG Group. Let me invite Professor Bonang Mohale, non-executive chairman of the Bidvest Group, former president of BUSA and BMF. And then also joining us virtually is Professor Tulima Donsela, director of the Center for Social Justice in the Faculty of Law at Stellenbosch University and the Law Trust Research Professor of Law in Social Justice Studies. You can please give them all a round of applause. So our first session or work this morning, in as far as this panel discussion is concerned, is to have general reflections on the topic that Minister Lamola has touched on, which is really around socioeconomic transformation and inclusive growth, and the theme that we have for this conference. What we'll do is I'll give each of our panelists 5 minutes just to give us general reflections, and then we'll get into the broader discussion. Let me take the liberty of saying it must be women first today, and I'll start off in the room. Sis Nolita, don't say I'm picking on you, but maybe I am. I'm going to give, I'll give you first dibs. There is a microphone next to you. You can go for it.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you very much, Kathy. And I'll stand on the protocols that have been already stated, but specifically also acknowledge Minister Lamola. I definitely agree with you. The lounge facilities are important so that you are able to hit the ground running and come straight to meetings. And excuse me, with the work that you have been doing, it's important that we get every bit of energy from you appropriately. So, and thank you for your inputs. Acknowledge also the leadership of BBC, particularly the president, who also has given quite an important speech and paper, and other leaders of BBC. Kathy, I want to say for us as business, we come to the BBC because the BBC is one of our accountability partners. And it's important that we put that up front because we do know and acknowledge that business in South Africa, it's still very much split, as Minister Lamola was saying, between big business, which tends to be white, and also black business, which tends to be black. And it's very ironic for some of us who are sitting and straddling across those two spaces, because obviously one hopes that we're able to shape and influence broader business agenda, regardless of where you sit, and hopefully deployed. So I come here and talk to those issues from that perspective. The first point I want to reflect on Minister Lamula's input is truly around the critical topic of the fact that we are having the G20 presidency in South Africa. And within G20, there is the B20, which I know within BBC, it's one of those structures that we are uncomfortable to talk about for the reasons that we know, and which I'm hoping that eventually as business we will have to deal with. And hopefully this is where Minister Lamula and Minister Dawood and others can help facilitate a conversation that makes sure that we agree on issues of importance for South Africa when it comes to trade and industry, regardless of which business formation you're coming from, and at the same time be in a position where we are able to agree on priorities of what needs to be done. And within the B20, there is clear alignment in terms of what needs to be done as business from an advocacy perspective, one of those being the issues around trade and industry. And it's a crazy world to be talking about trade and industry alignment when we know that we are not sure whether multilateralism is still allowed because of the US curveballs that are coming through. And therefore for us within the B20 space and business, we should continue to push harder for a better deal for Africa, which the minister has referred to. And that better deal has got to really make sure that it reinforces the platforms like Africa Continental Free Trade Agreements, because these are the platforms that will make sure that we can leverage what is in the best interest for the continent. And also the issue around the cost of capital. And one of the work streams within the B20 is also on finance and financial instruments. The risk of us not driving some of these issues on advocacy when South Africa is hosting the B20 is that we will not be in a position where, from a legacy perspective of looking back and saying what it is that Africa and South Africa in particular has been able to put on a global agenda during the G20 presidency of South Africa. And so I urge that we continue to participate within that platform, because it will make sure that we are left behind as a continent and as a country with some critical levers that we can be able to use as we move forward. The other point that I want to talk to, because it's related, is the one on critical minerals coming from the mining industry. Critical minerals are critical to each country. And we tend to talk about critical minerals as if they are just broadly for everyone. It's about what is the energy security for each country, what is the defense security for each country. And for South Africa, we know that energy security is one of our critical opportunities and challenges because of us transitioning into a new energy dispensation that includes green energy. And therefore, it is important that we have stable energy supply, because manufacturing and processing of critical minerals at source will happen when we have energy that is stable, that is able to deliver for you the processing that you need to be competitive. And secondly, obviously, there's renewable energy opportunities and other new industries where black people and women and young people need to be part of this particular opportunity. Africa, as a continent, has got the youth dividend. And that youth dividend, we continue to talk about it without unpacking it fully to understand how do we make sure that it is delivering for Africa what it's meant to be delivering. And therefore, the issue around skills development, I was pleased to hear the president of BBC talk to that, because we do need to build that capacity and capability for us to be able to leverage to leverage the youth dividend. And it's important that we actually make sure that all businesses do develop the skills as required. The last issue that I will quickly reflect on is us talking about inclusive economic growth. Inclusive economic growth has become a term, from my perspective, that in South Africa tends to be a placeholder for transformation agenda. And the transformation agenda placeholder is another placeholder for BBBEE, which platforms like Black Business Council need to be not ambiguous about it, but rather be very clear, what exactly does this mean? The inclusive economic transformation, yes, we are talking about including youth, women, and Black people, but how do we really practically do this using the instruments that government, from a regulatory perspective, have put in place, and also continue to challenge and hold each other accountable to deliver and meet these particular commitments to transformation and also inclusive economic growth. And we have had various windows of opportunity as a country, as a continent, for inclusive economic growth. One of those was after the COVID pandemic. We knew how vulnerable we were as a country, as society, as community, because we saw that we were excluded from the integrated supply chains of the world. And now we have another opportunity, once again, I believe, with this trade situation that's happening globally, where we have to strengthen an integrated supply chain for the continent. And within that integrated supply chain for the continent, it means it has to start locally. So local procurement is important, and within that local procurement, you make sure then that you include people who were excluded previously, which are Black people, women, and the youth. Let me pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fakude. Let me then turn to our virtual platform and give an opportunity to Prof. Madonsela. Prof, also just your general reflections on the topic of the day. And again, just a light emphasis there that 5 minutes to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Greetings to all colleagues, and special greeting to the ministers in the room. Thank you for the privilege to be part of this panel. In response to what has been said by the minister on the topic of socio-economic transformation and inclusive growth in the context of the Government of National Unity, G20 presidency, and changing geopolitical dynamics, I must indicate that I agree with everything that the minister has said, that part of our socio-economic transformation should focus on repairing the damage that was done by colonialism, apartheid, and patriarchy. I do, however, think that we need to rethink, and that includes some consideration to be made by the BBC and leaders such as our sister Lolita and some of the women's movements that are involved in informing our transformation. The rethink, as I say, it should be in the following 4 areas. The first area is the whole question of how do we approach growth and transformation. When we started, we wanted to address every South African, understanding that colonialism, apartheid, and patriarchy targeted everyone. In fact, the speaker who spoke just before the minister demonstrated that about you just even to be in town looking for a job, you are still unfree because you were required to present yourself at a labor center. And that was deliberate to make you unfree labor, so says Professor Sam-Peter Blanche, so that your opportunities would be constrained, and within those restricted opportunities or confined freedom, you could only make choices that made it easier for farmers and mines and others to use your labor. So that was deliberate then. And then why was it that we allowed Treasury to divert us from empowering every South African, as they did under apartheid, by the way? Apartheid laws, when they sought to fix the poor white problem, they looked at where is everyone. And again, this is documented by Professor Sam-Peter Blanche in The Making of Inequality, 1652 to 2002. They hit every village. They hit every locality. They hit all dimensions of life: health, education, social psychology, and of course, business opportunities. Now, under President Nelson Mandela, there were two policies that came out. The RDP, which was systemic, looking for everyone, finding everyone and meeting them where they are. And additionally, there was the Equality Act, which was going to allow government and industry to do equality audits and then respond to inequalities. Instead, we went for BEE. And I've defended BEE as a concept, but not the formula. The formula has two problems. One, it's a trickle-down approach. Two, it's a spray gun approach. You're not targeted. And the spray gun is not my term. It's Ben Turok's term. So billions of rands down the line, 31 years into democracy, yes, we boast some of the richest billionaires in the world, but we still have systemic inequality. We are among the most unequal societies in the world. I'm going to send you the paper that we sort of have prepared for this very quickly. The top 10% of our country hold 71 to 85% of the wealth. Let that sink. 71 to 85% of the wealth. The top 1% owns 55% of the wealth. Of course, that group is predominantly white, but some of them are black. Now, if we go for BEE, you're going to look at the formula is flawed in that there was a year when I was approached by Royal Bafokeng, because on that year, Royal Bafokeng came out as whiter than Anglo-American because of the formula. So we need to fix that. The second thing is employment equity. Employment equity is one of the best things that we did in this country because it's really free for all. But to augment employment equity, we need to look at what the minister has spoken about, expanding the reach in terms of employment, those who are outside as well. Expand social security, as the ILO has said, to ensure social justice. Because if you are self-employed and there's no social security, then less people are likely to become self-employed. Wits University did a study that shows that for most countries, jobs come from the informal sector and small and medium businesses. So that's the sector we need to grow. So it's music to my ears when I hear the minister talk about diversifying the economy more meaningfully. And in that diversification, we need democratization. But in so doing, then we have to rethink BE. Because with BE, you're feeding the fat cow and then saying it must poop so that others can get something. That's just not a good formula. So yes, we must do BEE. So this is where I'm glad the president defended BE. So if I'm speaking here, I'm not against the minister, I'm not against the president. I'm just saying the formula needs tweaking so that it meets more people, but also it then bulges our middle class. For example, people have already benefited from BEE. Why should they collect BEE points when they are tendering? Because that's the problem, because the formula is not reparative. It's just black. But we have to look at, are you black and are we still repairing the damage of apartheid? And then the last one is the funding by state agencies. I need somebody to do some research on who has been funded, because we do know of stories of people who have used black people or Africans in particular to get funding for their own things from these state agencies. So we've got to be careful. Again, that funding could be used to do what the minister has been speaking about, diversify the economy and democratize the economy. And we can learn some things from China about improving villages and turning them into cities. And of course, lastly, the gender question. One of the things that apartheid leveraged was the intersection between race and gender. And if we don't handle that intersection between race and gender more meaningfully, we're not going to be able to bulge the middle class and also then to transcend the strictures of the economy that were created by apartheid. And just like the minister said, all of these things are not nice to do's. They are constitutionally mandated, but two, for our economy and our society to be resilient, it needs this transformation where it invests in everyone. And the G20 opportunity and the GNU opportunities are wonderful for meaningful dialogue on these matters and then finding each other. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution, Prof. Dr. Nyati?
Thank you so much, Kathy. The good thing about speaking almost last is the fact that I can always refer to the colleagues that have spoken before me eloquently. So even more, we are speaking after the minister as well. It's going to be great. So I'm going to be really focusing on 4 areas that the minister touched on. The first one is the last point that he made around implementation. He said our biggest problem as a country is the fact that we are not so good when it comes to implementation. I think we all know that. Really, we do know that we are not the best when it comes to making things happen, getting things done. In fact, to move a little bit on the side, the company that I'm part of, which is a small business, is a business that is focusing on addressing this problem. So my point is that sometimes we look at problems, we don't see that as these are problems that we can actually make money out of them. Solving the problem of lack of execution is a problem, and we can help people to implement stuff. So it's very, very easy to dream. It's very easy, all you have to do is to go and sleep and you've got a dream. But to make that happen is one of the most difficult things to do. And we need to, as a country, start to focus on making sure that this is an area that we address. Otherwise, we are going to be left behind. When I look at countries like Kenya, many other African countries, they are not just talking, they are getting things done. We are going to be left behind just because, we are not so good in this area. So, Minister, I agree 100% with you around that. The second area that I just want to touch on is he has invited all of us to build companies that are conscious. Yeah. conscious enterprises. He is actually asking us that, as we build our companies, no matter how small that company is, it needs to have a bit of a heart in it, and it's talking to you as the owner, talking to us as the owners. We've got so many challenges around us in these places where we are, in the townships, in the rural villages. Like I come from a rural village, I come from there. What is it that I'm doing for my school in my village? What is it that I'm doing for the church in my village? All of these challenges, what am I doing to try and improve connectivity in my little village? All of these things are things that we can do as small companies. No matter how small you are, you can make a difference. So he's challenging us to do that. And instead of trying to think that, this can be solved in a global scale, if each and every one of us in our little corners can do, that small little bit, we can have a positive impact in terms of South Africa. The third piece that I want to address, which he mentioned, was around the critical mineral beneficiation. Here, he has indicated to us that wherever they've gone, going to the US, in China, everywhere in Europe, they are certainly making sure and delivering the message that beneficiation needs to be happening at source, which is really a good message. It's a great message, but I have a challenge with regards to all of that. My issue is that we're actually asking people to come and do things for us. Why are we not doing this thing ourselves? Why are it's like we're begging. Please come and do this thing. And hey, if you look back at the Afrikaners, when they look at the opportunity around coal and producing fuel from coal, they didn't say, hey, the US, can you come and help us, create a Sasol? No. They created a Sasol. They went and managed to get the right people and skills elsewhere and help build a Sasol. They helped build an ISCO. They helped build the ESCOM that I'm the chairman of. They did not go back. My point here is that if we see opportunities in the mineral space as a South Africa, why don't we create SOEs? Why don't we create companies that are going to go and help do exactly what we want? Have a beneficiation happening at source by us. Yes, we may not have all of the skills. We can always bring the skills into the country. We can always import skills. Think about when we built nuclear. We did not have skills in South Africa to build nuclear, but at some point we were one of the leading companies there. So how did we get to that point? So my point here is that can we stop begging? Can we build, please? The last point I'd like to make is around the growth in Africa. This is fantastic. Great things are happening in Africa. Great things are happening in Africa. We want great things to also happen here. I mean, when we're talking about 4-5% growth in Africa, that's what we're dreaming of. We would like to have all of that here in South Africa as well. That's the problem with averages. It's an average. On average, we're growing 5-6%. But what's happening in your space? What's happening here? We saw GDP growth of 0.1%. Are we supposed really to be excited about that? Last year, growth of, I don't know what, I don't care, it was nothing. So are we supposed really to be excited about that kind of growth? No. So the point here is that fantastic, it's great for Africa. Let's also look here what's happening. Let's make sure that we sort out South Africa. And one of the ways of sorting out South Africa, as we are trying to drive this transformation, in my mind, is to focus on small businesses. These are the people who are going to be making a difference in our country. Let us mobilize our banks. Let us mobilize everybody to support small businesses. Yes, I know we all dream of having a little bit of a stake in MTN or whatever. How is any of that really going to help the massive problems that we have in our country? It's not. We have got many ideas. We've got many problems in terms of our country. All of those problems can be solved by us. We've got ideas on how to solve those problems. We are asking the financial houses to back the people who are trying to solve those problems. Because it is these people who are hiring 5, 10 people. You multiply that by thousands and thousands of people, we are going to be addressing the problems of unemployment in our country. So my point here is, yes, we've got systemic inequality, but that systemic inequality can be addressed if we were just to be laser focused on supporting the people who are sitting here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nyati. Prof. Mohale?
It's called a political economy because it doesn't matter what we as the Black Business Council do, because what government does has a disproportionate influence on everything that we do. And we are not doing much, because the question we need to ask ourselves is, what is it that this ANC-led government can do in a coalition with the DA that it couldn't do with an absolute and unfettered majority for 30 years? 31 years into democracy, poverty still has primarily a black and feminine face. Last 15 years, the economy has not grown by more than 2%. Population growth has been above 1.5%, which means our discretionary purchasing power and disposable income buys us less today compared to the same period 15 years ago. We celebrate the fact that we have reclaimed our position as the biggest economy in Africa, number one. But that's a $400 billion US dollars. It was the same in 2016. The Afrikaners did not have a State of the Nation address with 38 priorities. They had one problem to solve. It was called the Poor Afrikaner problem. By 1972, they'd eliminated it completely. This is our government, a black government. And yet, in the 31 years of democracy, the only 3 communities that made money are not you and I. It's the Afrikaners, the Jewish people, and the Muslims, because they've got capital. Van der Bijl did not build Eskom, ISCOR, and the IDC because he was brilliant. He built all 3 of them simultaneously, concurrently, and in parallel, because his government said, go and build it. They gave him systems and processes, and the money and the intelligence. Now we are told we must be conscientious business because we don't have much. In 31 years, we should have more because the power is in our hands. With the chairmanship of the G20 by South Africa, how did we allow B for Business 20 to talk us into having it in the Western Cape? A province that is governed not by the ANC, but by our enemies, where black people are the minority. When 36% of the national GDP is in Gauteng, and 60% is in KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape is only 14%. Who is telling our stories? So when we go and account to our master, Trump 2.0, the people who complained and saw the President of the United States, not once, but many times, not government to government, private individuals in Solidarity and AfriForum. The people who were telling that story was not the Black Business Council. The same way that the Black Business Council is not in the B for Business 20. It's just not there. So when we talk about an inclusive economy, who are we going to ask permission from to include us? Because we have done nothing to change the system, the economic system of this country. You see, black people are not poor because individually we are lazy. We are lazy because, and we are poor because it's both systemic and systematic. It doesn't matter what you do. There are other people who are spending time, energy, and effort to make sure that they put you down. Otherwise, how do you account for the fact that Capitec, in their own words, say we have 24 million customers. 99.8% of them are black, but 100% of the executive is white. How do you explain the fact that Checkers is the number one retailer, has overtaken Pick and Pay, and all its customers are black, and all their growing stores are in the township? Let me conclude by saying the system that made Great Britain comfortable to give South Africa to the white male Afrikaners was premised on 3 pillars. The first was, we are looking as Great Britain for a crucible of cheap labor forever. Number 2, they said, these blacks must risk it all by going to the belly of the earth and getting the gold, and we will have the first right of refusal. Lastly, they said, they must go and mine the diamonds. After mining them and they find the biggest, they must come to us and we'll tell them what the price is. Hence the creation of the London Sales Organization. Our problem is because that system, we are still maintaining it. It's not very useful when most black people are confronted with a system that hates their people, subjugate and excludes their people. That most black people, instead of changing the system, they are saying, how can I improve my personal condition in the system?
A big thank you to all of our panelists. I think that you've opened the thinking hats, you've opened up our minds to get into this conversation. Minister Lamola, reflecting on what has been said by all of our speakers this morning, it's quite clear that the words that you ended off with around the inability to implement become one of the biggest stumbling blocks to the state of paralysis that we find ourselves in. And I wonder then your reflections on what it's going to take to change that. Because again, it's one thing when Kathy talks about our problem is a lack of implementation. I'm not in government. Professor Mohale says that government has a disproportionate influence on how things play out in this country. So that means that when a minister says that our problem is that we are unable to implement, that disproportionality has the effect of trickling through and affecting all of society. And if we are then to say, if everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. How do we bring it, how do we center, how do we bring back that focus? How do we ensure that the reflections of government around this lack of implementation is not going to stay what it is? Do we understand what is driving it? Just your reflections.
I thought it's another problem of implementation. Yeah, no, thank you very much, Kathy, and also welcome all the the inputs from the panelists. Constructive criticism of the role of government. And when I concluded, I did mention that we mostly deal with policy, obviously, and so forth. But there is also a role for black business, or business in general, civil society and so forth, to play in implementation of our policies as a country. And I want to say this by just giving the example that Mr. Zamani said. He said he participated in the BRICS meeting. Out of that, he saw an opportunity, he implemented. We as government, we will not implement the exchange and export trade between Mr. Zamani and whoever is the private company that he's working with in Russia. We have an obligation to create the enabling environment. And why am I starting with this point? Is because, and even in government, I sometimes raise it when I engage with the officials. You know, you find a government official criticizing government that, government is not delivering. I say, but who is government? Because you as an official, you are government in the face of the public. But also yourself as business people, you are also government in this country. You also have a role to play in implementation of government policy. It's not only ourselves. Yes, I'm not going to retreat on that. It's not only ourselves. And the example of Zamani is the one. And I'm raising this because in the country there is just a culture of political bashing. Any political individual. As if the only implementation capability of policy making is only with the ministers. Even if you can remove us as ministers, all of us, and there's no minister in government, it's only director generals, it's the chairpersons of the boards and so forth. There must still be people who implement government policy. And that must be done by me, yes, but by yourself also as business. NGOs and everyone. In the past 30 years, and that's what I've raised also in the earlier input, there has been arrest of transformation by those that are in civil society. Putting money, when government wants to implement a program, taking government to court, which is constitutional. But it has also impacted how government must function and must work. How do we navigate this space together? And that's why I say the Black Business Council, the Black Intelligentsia, also has a role to defend the constitutional project. It's not only the responsibility of government. And most of you in this country, I can give a litany of such examples where government and black businesses must converge to build a nation that benefits everyone. We all have this responsibility. We can sit there on that other side. I suspect even myself, maybe in 5 or 10 years, I might be seated where you are seated. And there could be another minister here. I will be raising the same thing that, no, you guys, you are not implementing, you are not doing this and that. Where I think we and yourself as Black Business Council have to come together is to give us constructive inputs. How do we move forward to navigate these challenges that we have learned from in the last 30 years? It will be wrong for us to continue in the same trajectory because we now have examples. We know what works. We know what does not work. Where do we need to change the laws so that
economy is concerned. Welcome.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Indeed, the OECD was looking into the global economy, releasing a report in terms of that their views that the global economy is going to contrast due to the current environment in geopolitics. But they also acknowledge that we do need inclusive economic growth and inclusive economies across the globe to resolve challenges of inequality, to bridge the gap between the global north and the global south. And the African continent obviously becomes a key important player in this regard, because we have a number of countries whose economies in the world are going to grow above the global average, except the ones in China, in Asia, which will grow more bigger than the African continent. So that at least is a glimmer of hope for us as South Africa, and also for South African businesses that must participate in the African continent, the Africa Free Trade Area, and various investment drives that we participate in the continent. And the point we're raising is that we have to ensure that that type of participation should be inclusive, so that when we have South African businesses in the continent, it should not just be big business, which you know is largely white in our country, but we must also have black businesses. There must also be a core of small businesses playing a role.
Yeah, let's talk about the G20. There are Sherpa meetings that are taking place, and you just come back from the United States of America with a lot of people just looking to see how then relations move from that meeting at the White House with South Africa, looking at our G20 presidency, handing it over to the United States. Let's look at our G20, the Sherpa meetings, but also the United States of America, reflection on that meeting with the president there.
Yeah, the U.S., as the president has said, the meeting was very cordial, the lunch meeting, which agreed on the resetting of bilateral relations, which was our objective. The second objective was to convince the U.S. to participate meaningfully in the G20 because they are a member, and be a full participant. And President Trump did confirm that he will attend the summit in Johannesburg in November, and we look forward to that. Our meetings of the G20 various groups, including the Sherpa meetings, are going on very well. Priorities are being discussed, as we have already outlined issues of disaster resilience, the global financial architecture, its transformation, the issues of AI governance, and issues of food security. So it is going very well, and we think that we'll be able to host a successful summit of the G20. Obviously, it is happening within a context of geopolitical challenges with the tariffs imposed to many countries across the globe, which obviously will stunt the economic growth, affect supply chains, and so forth. So we are looking forward to a robust and an engaging leader summit in November, and we believe that we'll be able to continue to deliver on an ambitious outcomes that will benefit the African continent, the global south, and the entire globe.
Was there commitment to the easing of some of these trade bottlenecks? As we saw the country also, we see the country, South Africa, navigating the 90-day pause. Following that meeting with the U.S., was there somewhat of an indication of salvaging where we are, but also with these concerns that are playing themselves out around AGOA?
Yeah, there was a commitment to engage, which is currently happening. And Minister Tau, I hope after this you'll be able to engage with him. He is currently engaging on the issues of trade with the U.S. As you will remember in one of our press briefings where we stated that the AGOA has been nullified technically because of the tariffs. So there is a need for the reset of that bilateral trade arrangement, and that is what Minister Tau is currently engaged with his counterparts in the U.S., and we're looking forward to the outcomes of their discussion.
Let's wrap it up, Minister, with black businesses. We find them here, and most of them are saying that there's still a long way to go. They're not meaningfully participating in the economy, and saying most of it will also have to do with policy, because U.S. policymakers have not been coming through to ensure that at least there's meaningful participation, but also equity between black businesses and white businesses here. Maybe let's talk about what you presented here and how then we see some of these issues that are canvassed here finding meaning going into the future.
Yeah, indeed, there's still a very long way for black business to be part of the mainstream of the economy,
because of its concentration. There are various reports that shows that there is a need for us to open up for small businesses, for black businesses to participate in the mainstream of our economy, to build South Africa that is one. And I'm happy with the engagements because they are critical, they are robust, they will help us to find a solution. As you are aware, Minister Tau, already there are processes in terms of the BEE Act, how we can ensure that it becomes an effective instrument to ensure that black people, those that are participating in business, do see and reap the rewards of being in the mainstream businesses, growing, and also participating not only in South Africa, but also in the whole continent or even in the world, having some of the best innovators, researchers, and so forth, because our country is youthful, the African continent is youthful, so there is a space for research and innovation and AI in the electric vehicles and in many other platforms that society needs to move forward.
Minister Lamola, thank you very much, sir, for giving us your time. Minister Ronald Lamola, just giving us a breakdown of what is happening here, the summit well underway, and you hear him saying as well, there are those issues that are canvassed around policy, but also just pushing to ensure that there is transformation, especially where black businesses are concerned. I'm Katlego, Legodi, for SABC News in Kempton Park.